Item number 3 is the approval of the minutes of the special meeting of June 3rd, 2021, and the regular meeting of June 10th, 2021.
These items are laid on the table for approval. Before we get started, there are some requests to take some items out of order. Councilor Ballantyne would like to take a late item out of order regarding Tufts employees. We have item number 28, which is change in polling locations, that I'd like to take out of order. And then Councilor Scott would like to discharge an item out of the Finance Committee regarding water meters. Are there any other items that councilors would like to see taken out of order? Seeing none, let's move on.
Very good. Item number 4 is a citation submitted by Councilor McLaughlin, Rossetti, White, Mba, Strezzo, Ewan Campen, Scott, Klingon, Ballantyne, Davis, and Niedergang, congratulating City Clerk John Long on his retirement.
All right, the day has finally arrived, or the day will soon arrive, and I'm going to just say a few quick words, and then I'm going to let John speak, and councilors can say their kind words, but I've already told John numerous times how instrumental he is in me being able to manage these meetings effectively, and the whole council in general, all committee meetings. Like, there's a lot of things that go on.
You might be in the picture.
You want to be in the picture, John?
That was an off-camera remark. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I wish we could see you. It's been like a year. I've gotten to see John a few times over the past year and a half in person, but most of us haven't. And he is just, we didn't miss a beat this entire pandemic, and John was a big part of that. Makes my life so much easier, makes all of our lives easier. I'm just profoundly grateful for your 30 years, John, 30 years of service to the city. And
that's correct.
I'll leave it at that. I could keep going on forever. I love you, John. We're going to miss you. So happy that we have a proper replacement for you, but you are truly irreplaceable. And would you like to say a few words?
Yes, Mr. President, if you'll indulge me, I would like to say a couple of things. Let me dust off this camera and see if it works.
Motion to adjourn. Oh, okay.
Well, local government is the best way we found to take care of all the things that we can't do on our own, like build sewer lines, create parks, and make sure building construction is done properly. It's us working together to make our home. It's been so fulfilling to get to be part of the local government in the city that I live in. I've gotten to work with so many talented people, including residents, business people, city staff, and of course, you and the mayor are elected officials. You're the ones who have stepped up to the plate to take on the large and growing responsibility of being a city councilor. Others, particularly Kim Wells, will know if I've done a good job, but I can honestly tell you that I've done the best I can, and now I'm just beat. It's time for new blood in the city clerk's office, someone with new ideas and new energy, and I'm so pleased that Kim will be our next city clerk. So thank you to my wife and my 2 sons for putting up with a lot of night meetings. Thank you to Mayor Capuano for hiring me as assistant clerk of committees back in 1990. Thank you to Mayor Kelly Gay for being so gracious as I learned how to be a city clerk. And thank you to Mayor Curtatone for everything, including a phone call that set me on this path back in 2000. Thank you. And now I think it's time to return to the regular order of business.
No, we've got a lot more speeches, at least 20.
Okay. Okay.
You're not getting away that easily. Councilor Rossetti, I see you had the camera on. Did you want to speak? And then I have Councilor Ewan Campen.
I did, Mr. President. Thank you. Normally, I do not put my camera on while you're presiding over the meeting for us and your great leadership, but I chose to stand beside you as our leadership team, and I also chose to stand beside John, because he has, as you know, been part of this strong leadership team. John, get your face back up on the camera, please. You, if it weren't for you and your much needed humor, this council and all the boards prior to us would never be able to have succeeded in the work they've done without you helping us along the way. And you were always there, morning, evening, and weekends, when I used to yell at you to get off the computer and put your phone away. You are a part of this team, and I hope you felt that, because I needed that, and you were there, and I want to thank you for that. And I think of the motto that Mayor Curtatone established as he became our leader in government: live, work, play, and raise a family. Well, you sure know how to live. And man almighty, have you worked. Now it's time for you to play, John. And I want you to play an awful lot. And I want you to enjoy it. And kudos to your wife and your sons, who you and I used to talk about, because I used to worry about your family and how they were surviving with the hours you were putting in for so many, for the thousands of citizens. So this is not goodbye. I'll be seeing you along the way. But it's been an honor to work alongside you, and I really appreciate everything. Be safe and be well.
I got a long queue. Everybody wants to speak, understandable. We got Councilor Ewan Campen, Baugh, Strezzo, Davis, White, Valent, everybody. So Councilor Ewan Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I can't express how thankful I am to you, John. You've been such just absolutely essential part of the work that we do, and so much else of what happens in the city. But on top of all that, and helping us do our jobs, just you have been an absolute mensch to work with. And with the words that come to mind for me are calming, kind, fair, to everyone in the room. Just a incredibly inspiring example of what it means to serve the public. You know, someone that anyone in the city, no matter what their background is, what their political views are, can come and be treated with the same welcoming energy and fairness and kindness. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank John for always being a good sport about reading the entirety of the resolutions that this council submits, including recently a very memorable one for me, which involved the decriminalization of entheogenic plants. And I went back to this. John was forced to pronounce a very long list of pretty uncommon hallucinogenic drugs, including, quote, indoleamines, tryptamines, phenylethamines, psilocybin, ayahuasca, and iboga. That was the first paragraph of like a 10-paragraph resolution.
Where were you when I needed you?
In serious note, you know, I was involved in helping to hire John's quote-unquote replacement, and I am thrilled that Kim is coming on board. I hope you won't mind me repeating something that was really touching that I heard you say during that process. One of the candidates asked, you know, your take on the job after the amount of time you've worked. And what I remember you saying was something that you hadn't anticipated was how fulfilling the job would be, because you get the sense from the community that the work you do is incredibly important to a lot of people. And I just want to echo that. That was really moving to me to hear. I could not agree more. And I was really touched by that. So I look forward to many more years seeing you around and working together. Thank you, John.
Should we make John read his own citation? Councilor Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow, John, I was dreading this day, man. It's I thought this day would never come, but for the sake of Nancy, I'll let you go. But I know that you're not really going far. You know, you'll still be around with us. I want to say that you're one of the hardest workers I know at City Hall. And words of gratitude can only have expressed my true appreciation for what you've done to me personally. I just cannot thank you enough. And I just remember the early days when we got on the council. I had no clue on how to even write the resolution, and I did not know that you're not just doing it to me. You make all of us look smart. You have everybody prepare their stuff, but nobody always say that, So I was like, I would talk to a colleague. I was like, geez, John helped me prepare this resolution. I had no clue. They're like, oh, he helped me too. I'm like, oh, I thought he was just helping just me. So it's like, I'm telling you, man, and with so much modesty, we look like we are the smartest people in the room, but meanwhile, you are the main engine, the person making us look smart, and I just want to say I'm grateful. And I also remember like one of my stories with you, like that when I was running for office, I had no clue that I was going to win. I met John at the train station. We were traveling to Boston, and that was like my first interaction with him or something, and chatted with John from like Davis Square to Kendall Square. And I told him I'm running for city council, and we're just chatting, like just out of the blue. Before I left, exited my station, he said, I look forward to working with you. I was like, geez, in my head, I called my kitchen cabinet, like, this guy, like, he has no clue. Like, I'm just like, look at me, my accent and everything like that. There's no way I'm going to even make the cut, but he's like, he look forward to working with us. That day and to this day has never left me, like we live in a society where people are so full of themselves. Everybody is a subject matter expert. Nobody is very humble to learn anything. But you have taught me so many lessons, John, that, I just say it's only God that will bless you, but I know that we'll continue to be together as you are still part of our community. I will continue to learn from you. And so just make sure that, I will call Nancy after this and say, hey, I will get John's time, as much as I want, as long as I can take Nancy's to this place, Mr. Craig in Davis, then I can, like get some of the time. But I just want to say I'm grateful for your time and your service. And I'm also thrilled that Kim Wells will be stepping into your shoes. And I have confidence that she's going to thrive as well. Thank you, John.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, John. Thank you. And thank you for getting me up to speed as a city councilor with grace and patience. It was done completely virtually, and I will never have a meeting with you in person. And I'm sorry that I'm going to miss that chance, because I always appreciate working with you, and I've always appreciated, I love your sense of humor, and it's quick, and it's sometimes bitey, and it's unexpected, and it just pounces into the sentence, and you don't see it coming. And I would just burst out into laughter because it's just so quick and unexpected, and I'll miss that. And I'll miss your energy, and I always saw you as a symbol of city council, and I have to replace that. And I'm excited for the next chapter of working with Kim, but I have to mourn the chance that I never will have an in-person meeting with you. And I hope that we can all stay in touch. Thank you for being you.
Thank you very much. I just want to add, Kristen, it's true. I think your first meeting was the first pandemic meeting we had, and it's very possible that this meeting will be the last pandemic meeting we have, and I'm sorry that we haven't been able to meet in the chamber. I'm glad I got to get you into the chamber so you could sit in your chair sometime last year. Anyway, thank you very much.
Right, because it was so anxious to know there's a chair. I could sit in a desk. There's a desk in there with a key. It was an amazing. It, it was a whole, yeah, the whole, it was a different world for both of us. And you were just so patient, because I felt like I was flailing, and just with so much information at the same time and all over a computer. No contact, limited. If I had the number to call, that was useful, but it was a huge learning curve, and you were so helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. John, I will be relatively brief because there's really nothing that any of us can say to truly capture the gratitude and the value that we have for you, your work, and the value that you brought not only to this organization, but to the city government, to the city as a whole. It's just it's without limit, and there's no way to truly capture that. So I'll just say, what a short anecdote. I'm a very messy desk person, and I always have files and papers and stuff. And early in my time as an alderman, I asked, is there any way I can get a file drawer somewhere in the building, just so that I can keep stuff and not. And not only did you do that, you actually got little file cabinets for each of us to have under our desk, which, if you saw the floor of my office at home here, you'd see I really need to get back into City Hall. But it's just one example of the lengths you can know. Knowing that those little kind of things never get publicized. And you did them every day for all of us. And I have just such gratitude. And so, congratulations. Thank you so much. And I look forward to, rather than me reaching out to you asking for favors, now you can just reach out to me as your ward councilor, and hopefully I can help you in some small way going forward. So thank you so much. Congratulations.
Councilor White.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had the longest relationship, I think, than anyone here with John since the start of my service. And I would say the greatest working relationship I've had with anyone in throughout my entire life has been my relationship with John. From day one, I was always been impressed with him, and the same qualities that all of us recognize. But one of the most important things in my experience was the concern that John had. I mean, it was part of his personality to make sure everything operated smoothly, not only at a meeting, but behind the scenes, the interrelationship between the Board of Aldermen and then City Council, and the Mayor's office, and department heads, and his own office as well. And as Councilor Rossetti said, John spent an awful lot of time, evenings, weekends, etc. You'd be getting emails from John at god awful times, indicating that he's up and taking his role responsibly. So I never thought to John that this was in any way a job. It was basically, he was part of government. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And as far as the strides that we've made as a city, John played an intimate role in that. And just things like what we did for the Board of Aldermen and then City Council, going to Minitrack, going to our broadcasting of our meetings, and the tools that we have, so that you have the agenda, you can go to the point in time of the meeting to watch it. All of that was through the hard work of John, and so I very much appreciate it. And one thing we have in common was our interest in the rules of the first the rules of the Board of Aldermen and then the City Council. John, I don't know if anybody else, the two of us going over it. I mean, we started where I think we took some of the rules that had started in the 30s that probably were no longer appropriate for our time, and making sure we tried to modernize it. Now, John, one of the things you may not remember is Rule 64 of the City Council. I'm going to invoke that, so I'm going to make a motion, we're not going to accept your retirement. You at least have to stay on until I leave, if not longer than that, for the new administration and the new City Council that's going to come. But again, I'm almost at a loss for words, but I again want to thank you not only for your service, but for having had the opportunity to work with you so closely over all of these years. Good luck, John, and thank you very much.
Bill, I just want to say I've worked with you for a long, long time, and I remember your first meeting, or I think it was your first meeting, when you proposed like a freeze on development in Assembly Square, and my thought was, boy, that horse is so far out of the barn, there's no pulling it back in. But what you did, what you started, led to where we are now in Assembly Row, and that's just one of the many, many strong influences that you've had on the city, on City Board of Aldermen, City Council over the years. And I have enjoyed working with you as well, and I appreciate everything that you taught me about government. So thank you for that.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you. So, John, it's great to see you. So I guess I can't say that you're my favorite parliamentarian. Well, I caused a little friction there. So thank you. I want to echo what my colleagues had to say, but I've always admired your grace, your humor, the way you treat everybody with respect. With those just incredible qualities, you just inspire people around you. You inspire people to be a little bit calmer, a little bit more thoughtful. And I always loved, when I was City Council President, I always loved our Thursday meetings at 5 o'clock to go over things. So you mentioned just recently, or just now in your words, that you are welcoming new ideas and new energy to the position. But I would say I've always thought of you as being current on the ideas and always having the energy. I understand you want to leave, but I just see you in the present all the time and always thinking about how to make it better and giving options. You do, and you continue to bring a lot of new ideas and a lot of new energy. And I just have one ask is, could you please give the master key to the desks to Kim before she leaves? Since I have forgotten mine many times, so I'd appreciate it. Okay, thank you, John.
Will do. Thank you.
So okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, just a couple of things, John. One being, just historically, being in my early to mid 40s, you've been pretty much the only clerk I've known. I don't remember the last clerk before you. Being born and raised here, 30 years, your name's been on every document that I've, ever received as a constituent or as an adult. You've every time I've ever been, and for a long time, actually, probably even still, I'm an anxious person, and I would, if I had to come up and speak before the council for anything, it was really intimidating. And your voice was always just sort of a steady calm and just a fixture in the halls of in City Hall, in the aldermanic chambers, the council chambers, I should say. So there's that. As a counselor, I want to say that everybody talks about how hard you work, and I wouldn't know it, and I don't think. I mean, we only know it from watching, because you never complain. You never even let on that you're overworked, and you're a consummate professional. I don't know your politics. You never allude to like if someone's your favorite. You must be a great parent at hiding like which child is your favorite if you even have multiple children, because you treat everybody the exact same. You're constantly a consummate professional who takes the job very seriously, and I don't think it's an accident that that you're leaving after the 2017 switch over to all us new counselors. No, I'm kidding. But I think this last couple of years has really been because of the big change all at once. Even before that, there was a big change. I think that you've had to work doubly hard because of dealing with so many new counselors, and you've never complained once, and you've always done an amazing job. And we'll certainly. I'm happy for you. I wish you all the best in the future, and I really hope that you relax and enjoy retirement. And I hope to see you around and get a beer or something sometime. Thanks.
For the record, I've asked John several times who his favorite council president is, and he still refuses to answer. So his children are definitely in the dark of who he loves most. Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to keep this as brief as possible. But, John, as you've heard over and over again, one of the themes that really stands with people, not just counselors here, but constituents, is your kindness, just your unrelenting kindness. And it's not just you, it infuses the office that you work in and every piece of that work, which is frequently the very first thing that people encounter in city government. And I can't overstate how vital that's been to the city at large. And obviously to us as counselors who you welcomed with such grace and patience to teach us not just the mechanics of how local government works, but an example of how it can and should work to serve the people of the city. I don't think it can be also overstated your competence. It is hard for me to fathom being in a city that has changed as much as this one has in the last 30 years, and a procedure and a government that has exploded in size and complexity. And you have been there every step of the way, competently managing the staff in the city clerk's office, revolutionizing our treatment of the archives, modernizing our systems of how we manage this entire show. It is truly stunning, truly stunning.
I've frequently been hanging on for dear life. I'll let you know.
I'll tell you, sir, it's like a duck on a water, as they used to say where I grew up. You're just as placid as can be on the surface, even if nobody can see your little feet kicking underneath. You do it with grace. And I don't think people really understand when they go to look at these meetings online, whether they were in the city council chambers or these updated ones. We'd be in city council chambers till after midnight. And at the end of that meeting, you'd sometimes go back to your office in the city clerk's office and go through that video to put a timestamp on each and every item in order or out of order. So somebody coming back years later, me coming back years later, could click on an item and jump right to that video mark. And you did it overnight to make sure it was ready when people needed it. It's that kind of competence and dedication that I think it's hard to say how much I admire it. But maybe the thing that has, outside of admiration, most endeared you to me is your relentless curiosity about the way the city works, about the way governments work, about the way people work. Every obscure corner case and trivia question that I've ever asked, if you haven't had the answer, you've had the curiosity to say, you know what? I'm going to go look that up. I'm going to do some research on it. Oh, yeah, I'm really curious about this. And that curiosity is, it's ebullient. It's inspiring. It's just makes this job fun. And I love that you've been making it fun for yourself. I love that you've brought all of that kindness, competence, and curiosity to the city. And it's something that we can never thank you enough for. But you have my gratitude. And I hope, and I have confidence in your long and well-earned retirement, basking in the gratitude of all of your neighbors. Your stewardship of this city is an example that I know we will all strive to live up to, so that you can spend that retirement in a city as well managed and kind as the one you've helped to shape for 30 years. Thank you, John.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments. I really am touched. I appreciate it.
All right, seeing no further comment, this item is laid on the table for approval. And you can get off camera if you want, John. You can stay on too.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity. Moving to the regular order of business, we go to item number 5, which is a public hearing in a grant location submitted by RCN Telecom to install 100 feet of conduit at the intersection of Prospect, Everett, and Newton Streets from a proposed manhole in Prospect Street to a point of pickup at 35 Prospect Street, and then from that same manhole, 90 feet to an existing utility pole near the rear of 282 Somerville Ave.
All right, I now declare this public hearing open. Is anyone here to speak on this item? Please use the little hand icon and raise your hand. I see Alex Ortiz here. Alex, you're unmuted.
Yes. This dig is actually being done because there's 4 poles from.
Could you tell us who you represent, Alex?
RCN.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, there's 4 poles that are being removed that they go up from Somerville Ave up Prospect Street.
Okay.
Eversource will be removing, and that's the reason why we have to do this dig, so we can keep service to the people on Everett and Webster and Emerson.
Okay. Anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? And please note that Councilor Scott is recused from this. Anyone else in the audience here to speak on this? Please use the little hand icon. All right, seeing no further comment, I declare this public hearing closed. Is there any comment from the council? Here, no comment. This item is laid on the table for approval.
Item 6 is a public hearing, a grant location application submitted by Extenet to install 63 feet of conduit in Somerville Ave from an existing Eversource manhole to a proposed handhole, then continuing 2 feet to a small wireless facility node near 343 Somerville Ave.
All right, I now declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone here in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Please use the little hand icon. Alex, are you here for this item as well?
I am not.
Okay. I see, oh, 1 second. Corey Millan? Corey, you're unmuted on my end.
Good evening. My name is Corey Milan. I'm here on behalf of Extenet. This is obviously to install 63 feet of conduit on Somerville Ave from an existing Eversource manhole to a proposed handhole, then continuing from said handhole to a small cell wireless facility on 343 Somerville Ave.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Please use the little hand icon. Seeing no further comment, this item's, well, the committee, excuse me, I now declare this public hearing closed. Is there anyone in the council who wishes to speak on this item? Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've reviewed the application and the engineering drawings. It all appears to be in order. I'd move for approval this evening.
All right, Councilor Scott moves to approve. Any discussion? Seeing none, this item's laid on the table for approval.
Very good. Item number 7 is a public hearing and a grand location application submitted by Extenet to install 62 feet of conduit near the intersection of School Street and Somerville Ave from an existing Eversource manhole to a proposed handhole, and then continuing 3 feet to a small wireless facility node near 435 Somerville Ave.
All right, I now declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this? I see Corey again.
Yes, sir. Corey Milan on behalf of Extenet. This is to install 62 feet of conduit near the intersection of School and Somerville Ave from an existing Eversource manhole to a proposed handhole, then continuing 3 feet to a small cell wireless facility at 435 Somerville Ave. And this work is related to a previously approved small cell location.
All right, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Please use the little hand icon. Seeing no further comment, this committee, I'm losing it, John. I declare this public hearing closed. Is there anyone in the council who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing no conversation, this item is laid on the table for approval. Oh, Councilor Scott, laid on the table for approval.
Very good. I believe now we move to a late item, Mr. President.
That is correct.
This is a late item submitted by Councilor Ballantyne, a resolution reaffirming this council's support of a resolution approved back in May regarding the Tufts Labor Coalition.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, colleagues, back in May 13th, the council supported a resolution in the dining workers up at Tufts University and the Tufts Labor Coalition and the students up at Tufts trying to advocate and negotiate on behalf of the dining workers with Tufts universities so they could apply for unemployment insurance over the summer. They've had a hard time with that. And so this evening, I would like to sponsor David Boulay-Gurcourt, who's a student at Tufts University, and Patricia O'Brien, who is a resident of Somerville and a dining, and works in the dining halls up at Tufts University, to just give us an update on what they've been working on, and they are looking for our support in their advocacy. Thank you. So, Mr. President, if I could sponsor, I believe both speakers are in the audience.
Yes, and I have Councilor Scott, Ewan, Camden, Strezzo, Klingon would like to sign on, and I'll sign on as well. And what was the name again?
The first speaker is David Boulay-Gurcourt, hyphenated last name.
And it looks like the whole council wants to sign on. And David,
and then Patricia O'Brien is also.
Okay,
there.
I unmuted you, David.
Thank you, President McLaughlin. I'd like to first thank Councilor Ballantyne for her ongoing support and for bringing forth this resolution. As some of you may remember, I spoke before the council on May 13th, 2021 on behalf of the Tufts Labor Coalition. Resolution number 211918 was passed unanimously, supporting the advocacy of Tufts students and workers in our effort to win unemployment benefits for the over 100 dining workers that the university is not employing this summer. And since that day, the Tufts administration's position has not changed. The unemployment claims of these workers continue to be contested by the administration, and as a result, these dining workers have not seen a paycheck in over a month. The Tufts Labor Coalition and Tufts dining workers continue to ask for the full council's support in our advocacy, especially as we will be escalating our campaign in the coming weeks and will soon be reaching out to council members for your support. Patricia O'Brien, a Tufts dining worker and Unite Here Local 26 shop steward who works tirelessly fighting for her fellow workers, will be able to express much better than I could the urgent and outrageous nature of this issue. Thank you so much.
All right, Patricia, I've unmuted you on my side.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank Katiana for supporting us again, and all of the city council. Thank you very much. Also, John, congratulations on your retirement. You put in a lot of years here, and you've seen this city change so much. I love Somerville. I grew up here my whole life. I've been working at Tufts for 32 years. This is the first time anything like this has happened. Last year, they allowed everyone to collect unemployment because they closed down many departments. They closed down 4 departments this year, so there's only 28 workers working. No one has gotten a paycheck since the end of May. We started out with questioning them, and they just told us, okay, just answer the questions correctly, and it's up to unemployment. Well, we did, and we were told that Tufts then blocked it on us. It wasn't unemployment that blocked it. It was Tufts University that blocked it. We have family members here that husband and wives work together. They haven't had a paycheck since May. I'm fortunate enough, I live close here, and thank God I put, you know, we have a savings, but a lot of them don't. A lot of them live paycheck to paycheck, and it's just heartbreaking because they're calling me, and I've tried everything, and there's nothing I can do. I don't know what changed from last year because it's the same this year. There is a pandemic. That's why they have no classes in the summertime. That's why they have no conferences in the summertime or kids camps or anything like that. So that's why they laid us all off. And I morally, I don't know how they can live with themselves because it's painful to see all these families really hurting. And I just want to thank everyone up there for caring about us, and you've always had our backs, and thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any further conversation on this item?
Yes, Mr. President, could we make an amendment and to add one line that a copy at the bottom of the resolution, that a copy of this resolution be sent to President Anthony Monaco?
Okay, I don't think we need an amendment for that. I can just request that they send it to the president. Does that make sense?
That's okay. That's fine. Yes, if we can just confirm that. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's do a roll call vote on this item.
This is a roll call vote on the approval of the resolution just presented and discussed. On that item, Councillor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councillor White.
Yes.
Councillor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that resolution. That resolution has been adopted.
All right, the item is approved. Mr. Clerk, please make sure that we send a copy to President Monaco
I absolutely will, Mr. President.
before you leave.
Okay.
All right. Next item.
I believe that brings us to the other item we were taking out of order.
Yes.
I believe this is item number 28 on the agenda, which is a request to the mayor requesting approval to change 3 polling places due to the relaxing of COVID-19 restrictions, which allow a return to the previous polling locations.
All right, so this is a request for a change of polling locations. I think there is Nick Salerno is in the audience to answer any questions if people have them. I understand he already spoke to the ward councilors. Nick, I'm muted on your side. You're muted on my side. You have anything to say, Nick?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you through you, Mr. President. Now that the things are getting a little bit more relaxed as far as the pandemic is concerned, we think that we should make the necessary changes in 3 different precincts to go back to the same areas where we originally were, or as close to it, prior to the changes of last year. And what it's going to entail is Ward 3, Precinct 1, where we're using the library, Central Library Children's Room as a temporary location. We'd like to go back to Percy Manor, which can afford everybody the health and safety good issues now as we had in the past. I've spoken with the ward councilor who is in agreement with it. The other change would be to go back from Ward 6, Precinct 3. Now, we were in the Holy Bible Church on Chapel Street, and we had to make a move all the way up to 177 Powder House Boulevard to the cafeteria of the West Somerville Neighborhood School, which was fine, but it was pretty inconvenient for the constituents. And I'd like to say a big thank you to the ward councilor, to the council who approved, and the council, all councilors who approved this, and also the constituents who were nice enough to understand that that was the only location we had at the time. But what we're proposing to do now is bring it back into that general area. That's Ward 6, Precinct 3, and we will be utilizing the space at the brand new renovated West Branch Library, which is going to be very nice, very pleasant, and very health and safety approved for the constituents. We are also going to take Ward 7, Precinct 3, which was originally in the VNA assisted living at 405 Alewife Brook Parkway. We took and we combined that in the gymnasium of the West Branch, of the West Somerville Neighborhood School with Ward 7, Precinct 2. Well, now that the pandemic is leveled off and VNA is welcoming us back there, we're happy to allow the voters of Ward 7, Precinct 3 to go back to the VNA assisted living at 405 Alewife Brook Parkway, hoping that we get council approval tonight.
All right, on the
That
item,
is-
Davis. Were you done? Sorry. Do you have
I'm
anything-
sorry.
I cut you off. Are you all done?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, thank you, Director Salerno. As always, I'm so thrilled that we are seeing the West Branch Library used for this purpose. Just another example of the value of our investment. And I wanted to note, for anyone who didn't see the notice, that on Monday there will be a ribbon cutting, easy for me to say, at the branch. So it will be open for use, and look forward to having folks be able to vote there in the fall.
All right, any further comment? Seeing no comment, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Councilor Davis moves to approve. Any discussion? Seeing none, this item is laid on the table for approval.
Mr. President, I believe now,
Councilor Scott would like to discharge an item from committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The item for discharge is number 212132, requesting an appropriation and authorization to borrow $7 million in a bond for citywide meter replacement. This request discharge is at the request of the administration, and supporting materials, including the debt service, has been forwarded to the council.
All right, Councilor Scott would like to discharge the item from committee. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's do a roll call vote on discharging the item.
there's a roll call vote on discharging item 212132 from the Finance Committee. On discharge, Councilor Niedergang,
Yes.
Councilor White,
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne,
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen,
Yes.
Councilor Davis, Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Mba, Councilor Mba, one more time.
Yes.
Got it. Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of the motion. The item is now discharged and before this council.
All right, the discharge item is before us. Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. This item is following up on the budget season appropriations and discussion of the water and sewer, or the water enterprise budget. It has been part of the capital investment plan, and water rates for this year were set in anticipation of including this. The debt service for it, however, will come from the water enterprise budget. So I know Director Whiting is here with us to answer any questions colleagues may have about the bonding request.
All right, we have Chad Whiting in the audience. I'm going to send you an unmute request, Chad, and you can speak on your end. You got to unmute on your side. Oh, you there, Chad? There we go. Oh, you're muted, it seems like.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This item is for water meter replacement for the entire city. Our equipment is rapidly approaching the end of life, and we are losing batteries. So we need to replace this infrastructure to get accurate reads and keep our meter reading system properly maintained. We would like to, we would thank you for bringing this item back out of committee and before the council tonight so that we could get a start on this and not have to wait until after the recess to get this project going. I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have this evening.
Right on the item, Councilor Ewan-Campen and then Councilor Rossetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, thank you, Director Whiting. I'm in support of this. The question I have is about the and the debt service that we were sent. I noticed the interest rate is 3.5, which, I could be wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong. My sense is that's a little bit higher than a lot of the other bonds that we've been looking at recently, and I'm wondering if there's anything to that, anything that we should know.
So Mr. Bean projected that debt service for us, and that is a conservative estimate. Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Okay, so Mr. President, through you, that's not necessarily what the actual interest rate will be. That's a conservative estimate of it.
Through you, Mr. President, that's correct. We'll get the accurate interest rate when we go out to borrow.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Rossetti.
Through you, Mr. President, thank you. Mr. Whiting, thank you for being here this evening. So how will the homeowners be notified that there will be personnel on their properties replacing these meters?
Through you, Mr. President, to Councilor Rossetti, we will have our vendors and our engineer work directly with the residents with calls ahead. We'll work through communications to post this on our website ahead of the project starting. We do often enter homes now, and we have a very good system where we call ahead, and we also have door hangers. They'll be identified with tags, with name tags to let the constituents know that they are working for the city. But a lot of communication will happen ahead of time.
Through you, Mr. President, will there be a U.S. mail notification, or do we have the telephone numbers of all homeowners?
Through you, Mr. President, to Councilor Rossetti, we do have contact information through the water and sewer billing. And if we do not, then we will also be reaching out through communications. But we'll also be able to add the door hangers in to schedule an appointment and have those constituents that can't be reached via the previous methods by the door hanger method and a door knocking concept.
Okay, so one more time through you, Mr. President. So I guess I wasn't aware. So you won't have anybody go onto the property until the owner has been notified?
Through you, Mr. President, to Councilor Rossetti, yes, that is correct. We'll be reaching out to the property owners.
And once you've had communication with the owners, that's when the work would begin?
Through you, Mr. President, yes. Yes, Councilor Rossetti.
Okay, good. I just wanted to be sure of that because I know in the past some work, not by the city, but by utility companies has been performed without the homeowners being aware or the residents being aware, and it caused a bit of a brouhaha. So as long as there is a direct conversation before the work, anybody goes on the property, that pleases me. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. President, we are very sensitive to those issues, especially where, you see in the news where unauthorized persons are trying to gain access. So we're very sensitive to that. Make sure that does not happen.
Council White?
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Mr. Whiting. A couple questions. One is, I assume this is the actual physical meter that's located within the house, usually in the basement for many of our homes.
Through you, Mr. President, yes, you have the meter that's in the basement. That also has a automatic reading piece of equipment on it that transmits your meter reading back to us, and both of those will be replaced.
Yeah, I remember back in 2008 when the topic was raised. Back then, it was state of the art to actually have wireless water read. The ability to have it sent wireless. And not have to have the physical reading by folks showing up. And also, I remember one of the selling points was the ability to actually monitor a situation. So when there was what would appear to be a leak because of increased water usage, this was the system back then that would allow us as the city to alert homeowners. So it's hard to believe 23 years has gone by since that. Now, with regard to the what I recall back in 2008 and after when the process began, that there were some homeowners who believed that when the old meter was taken out, there was a transposition of numbers or whatever. So a few people got sort of hit with a much higher water bill the first time around. So I'm just wondering, is there going to be a protocol in place just to ensure that the reading from the meter that's being replaced is carried over, is properly zeroed out, or whatever, however the process would be, so folks, can rely that it's going to be accurate. If you could describe that at all.
Through you, Mr. President, to Councilor White, absolutely. We have modern technology where an iPad is going to be used to take a picture of the old meter in place with that reading on it before any work is done, and pictures all the way through the job to make sure that conditions are better than when they started the work. Also to make sure that read gets transposed back correctly with that picture instead of any kind of handwriting where a mistake could happen. These forms are also electronically uploaded by our vendor to our new software called WaterScope, and that process should be very seamless. If we should encounter any issues, we will certainly work with constituents to make sure that that is all ironed out fairly.
Well, that's great to hear, because I think it's, hearing that now, it saves the concern of a lot of headaches in the future. Just for me, again, thinking back to what happened in 2009. And I guess the last question I would have through the chair is the $7 million, is this going to be bid, or have you already somehow lined up the vendor for this?
Through you, Mr. President, to Councilor White, we have an engineer on board drafting an RFQ right now for meter selection, and we have gotten project estimates through that engineer. This will go out for bid, and we will determine the final cost at that time.
Excellent. And then the last question, what kind of warranty are we going to be looking for?
Through you, Mr. President, the warranty on the equipment pretty much goes by the battery. The battery is usually the first thing to go, and we're looking at 15-year warranty on the batteries. But all the components are warranted for over 10 years. So, and the technology is getting better, as you spoke to in 2008. The technology's come a long way since then, and the leak detection and all that stuff is also a part of it. The constituents will be able to set water usage goals on the software, so if they're meeting or exceeding those goals, they'll know by email or via alerts, via text, or however they choose to communicate with this WaterScope program.
Excellent, excellent. That's good to hear. I'm all set with my questions, Mr. President. And Mr. Whiting, we got an email. I guess you're going to be departing for the MWRA, so I want to wish you well in your new position. Thank you, Mr. President.
Through you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor White.
Any further questions? And then I do have a question similar to Councilor White's, because I've also received calls from constituents who thought that their water bill was higher than it should have been. And I'm curious, is there a method for residents to address this issue and to possibly either be compensated or absolved of these debts if this was in fact a malfunction?
To you, Mr. President, we work with each constituent on a case-by-case basis. A lot of times the water actually does go through the meter, and it's actually a problem within the home. People would be very surprised how much water can be used by a very slow leak in the seal in the toilet tank, or someone extra taking extra long showers. Everyone being home through this pandemic and using all their water at home instead of being gone for 8 hours a day at work, or 10 to 12 hours that some people work, used to work before the pandemic in an outside office somewhere. That has caused a lot of people to notice their bills going up because of added consumption. If it is a problem with a faulty water meter, of course, we definitely would work with the constituent to the best of our ability to make sure that their bill is corrected. If the water does actually get used through the meter, we are billed for it for MWRA, so it's hard for us to go back and actually take the water usage off. We will sometimes hold the interest constant, take the interest off and develop a payment plan with that constituent to make that bill affordable and work through that payment plan with them, even extending it if we have to. And we also, as you know, have no water shut off policy, so we won't shut the water off to any constituent's home, regardless of the circumstance.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll chat with you offline about the specific case that I have.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we'll get it before you leave. And as Councilor White said, thank you very much for your service and good luck in your future job.
Mr. President, thank you to you and the council and Finance Committee with all your support through the budgetary process. I'm very pleased to be part of such a professional organization, both in the council and the administration. Just thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Councilor Barr has a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to express my gratitude to Dr. Whiting. I'm sad that, you've just been with us for a brief period, but I just want to thank you for your time and your service. Thank you.
To you, Mr. President, thank you, Councilor Barr. Pleasure working with you as well.
All right. Do I hear a motion on the item before us?
Move to approve, sir.
Councilor Scott moves to approve. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's call the roll on this item.
This is a roll call vote on the approval of item 212132, which bonds $7 million for water meter replacement. On that item, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that motion, and that bond has been approved.
All right, next item.
We move to item number 9, which is a communication submitted by Councilor Niedergang,
Did we
reporting on the meetings of the traffic, pardon?
Did we do item 8? I don't think we did that yet.
Oh my gosh, no, we did not. I'm sorry, my mistake. Hang on
Try
a sec. I'll go quietly. Item number 8 is a resolution submitted by Councilor Niedergang, White, and Mba in support of Senate Bill 1545, an act relative to automated enforcement.
Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a reprise of a resolution that the council passed unanimously a couple of years ago for the previous version of this bill. And this bill would allow cities and towns to opt in to automated enforcement, which would have a huge positive impact in terms of saving lives and preventing injuries and damage from traffic accidents. I won't read the entire resolution, but let me just outline a couple of the most important parts of it. There are 500 communities in the United States that use either red light cameras or cameras to enforce speed laws currently. A review of 28 automated speed enforcement studies found that the cameras at intersections reduce crashes between 8% and 49%. And in Maryland, a study showed that the proportion of drivers traveling more than 10 miles per hour above the speed limit declined by about 70% for locations with warning signs and speed camera enforcement. There have been civil liberties concerns about this, but I believe that this bill, Senate 1545, which Senator Jalen is a co-sponsor of, the primary sponsor is Senator Brownsberger, I believe this bill addresses those concerns. It contains provisions designed to protect the privacy of vehicle owners and drivers, and also requires annual statewide reporting and study of unintended racial or socioeconomic enforcement disparities. The bill also requires that MassDOT publish a report at least once every 2 years on the public safety and racial and social equity impacts of the programs. So I would ask that the council approve this and that it be sent to our legislative delegation and to Governor Baker. Thank you.
All right, on the item, Councilor Ewan Camper would like to sign on, and Scott, and Councilor Strezzo has a comment.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, sorry, Councilor Strezzo, I just wanted to say a thank you to Louisa Gagg, who's a Somerville resident, works at the Livable Streets Alliance, and was a member of the Somerville Vision Zero Task Force. She helped update this from the previous resolution. Sorry, thank you.
And Councilor Davis would like to sign on. Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support traffic calming measures, and I support exploring this. But I have a few concerns about it being introduced in our community that I definitely want to have a future dialogue about if we do choose to go forward with this. And again, this does not mean that I don't support this necessarily, but I want to explore and talk about this further because I want traffic calming measures, and you know I support that. But we would definitely need a public hearing and a community process on this if we were to, like one of the second to the last paragraphs on this resolution states that the Somerville City Council intends to adopt the local option once the state legislation is signed into law. I think there would definitely need to be a community process and a public hearing on that, because my concerns about this, about traffic cameras at intersections, is that sometimes they do lead to lawsuits. And like the city of Chicago had a $38.75 million settlement in red light ticket lawsuits. And so we have to really explore that, the other end of that, and make sure that that doesn't happen to Somerville. And that and also point to the fact that potentially from some research that I've done while reading up on this resolution, and again, it's not that I do not necessarily support it, but I want to explore the research on this as well, that there's a potential of increase for people being rear-ended when the yellow light comes on, and people may feel prompted to stop at the intersection, so pause and stop. And then what research is being done, because some research has stated that there could be an increase of rear ends with that. And then one lawsuit that concerns me, and I've mentioned this in the past, but the lawsuit, say for instance in Chicago, there was a with the yellow light going from, so when the yellow light flashes, that there was a smaller a shortened time between going from green, yellow to red, and that a lawsuit did come up where people were getting ticketed either when it was yellow or when a yellow light time period was shortened. So it went from pretty much green flashing yellow to red. So we need to make sure what companies are going to be contracted if we do explore this, and what the process would be like for that. So those are some questions I have on it. And I'd love to hear if Councilor Niedergang had any responses on that. I mean, of course, this is going to be a longer process than just this discussion, but I do want to bring that to his attention.
Councilor Ballantyne would like to sign on, and Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you to Councilor Strezzo. I'm not familiar with the lawsuits. The legislation is 11 pages long. It does deal with the yellow light issue, but you know, I believe all these concerns can be addressed. But this legislation simply gives the city the opportunity to make a decision about whether we want to enact this. So it wouldn't force the city or cause the city to do so. It would just give us the option. So that's the point of the legislation. It's an opt-in legislation. And certainly, if there are concerns, there should be public discussion and process, and you know, questions such as yours asked and responded to, and then the council would be able to decide whether it made sense. Thank you.
Mr. President, may I respond?
Please do.
Thank you. Yes, and that's why I bring that forward, because yes, this is clearly a resolution. But as we get to the initial stages of this, I want to bring that forward right ahead so we can go into the discussion on that as we get further down along the process, should this move forward. Thank you.
Let's see if the State House approves this to begin with. So seeing no further discussion, this item will be laid on the table for approval with a copy sent to our state delegation.
Item number 9 is a communication submitted by Councilor Niedergang reporting on the meetings of the Traffic Commission from January through June 2021 and announcing the Commission's new email address, trafficcommission@somervillema.gov.
Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an oral communication. So I'm just going to review some of the things that the Traffic Commission has done over the last 6 months and try to highlight for the council and the public some of the most important things. Pretty much everything that the administration has proposed to the Traffic Commission has been approved. Every significant item that the administration has put on the agenda. The most significant action, in my opinion so far, is approval to remove 35 parking spaces around Powder House Circle in order to implement greater safety, bike lanes, better bus stops, removing the traffic lights to make it into a true traffic circle, which the administration believes will enhance safety at this intersection, which is actually the one with the highest accident rate that is controlled by the city, unlike the state-controlled roads. So it's a very dangerous intersection, has been for a long time. So the Traffic Commission did vote to remove those 35 parking spaces. There was some concern expressed about the mobility department's need to outreach to businesses around Powder House Circle, in particular Doherty's, and they were told to do that. Other things that the Traffic Commission has done, a lot more 20-mile-per-hour safety zones on dozens of streets have been created around the city. There have been a bunch of loading zones in various squares created to make it easier for pickup and drop off and for loading to happen for businesses. There have been some temporary parking restrictions and changes due to construction on Central Hill. A bunch of handicap parking spaces around the city have been approved. There were a number of parking spaces and parking changes on East Washington Street done to accommodate the new bus lane there. A bunch of bus stop changes in a variety of locations and a variety of lengths to make bus stops work better and be safer. and a number of fire lanes were created or extended over the last 6 months. And coming up at the next meeting of the Traffic Commission, usually it is on the second Thursday of the month, on the same day as the council meeting at 5:30, but it's been pushed back to July 15th at 5:30. And on the agenda for that meeting next week is a request from the administration to make a bunch of curb regulation changes as part of the mobility improvements for the College Avenue Mobility Improvement Project. And that is a full page of detailed changes, but I'll highlight what I think is probably the most significant and the one of greatest interest, and that will be net removal of 33 parking spaces on College Avenue. Many other very detailed changes in parking arrangements, changes to bus stops as well on College Avenue. This is between Powder House Circle and Davis Square. So as you all know, that project is supposed to be starting this year, and also the Powder House Circle project is supposed to happen over the summer. So that's an update on actions of the Traffic Commission, and I'm happy to answer any questions if councilors have them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any questions or comments? Councilor Rossetti.
Through you, Mr. President, to Councilor Niedergang, thank you for that update. We have received the plan for College Ave, but for me to be able to put my finger on it quicker, would you be able to submit that design plan which shows the reduction in parking spaces to be discussed at your meeting on the 15th? Could you send me that plan, please?
Certainly. I actually have not received it. I'm sure I looked at it a while ago. We haven't received it yet as part of the items for the meeting, but I'll request it from the Secretary to the Traffic Commission, ask them to send it out as soon as possible and forward it to you. I'll ask that she just send it to the entire council, which everybody should have received the agenda, which has the detailed list. All councilors should have received the agenda, which has a detailed list, but it doesn't have the plan. So yeah, I will make sure it gets to the councilors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, this item is laid on the table and placed on file.
Item number 10 is an order submitted by Councilor Strezzo and Councilor McLaughlin that the Director of Traffic replace the missing one-way signs on Dana Street.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you. No need for discussion. It's all right there. And thanks.
Laid on the table for approval.
Item number 11 is an item of unfinished business. It's a request to the mayor requesting approval of amendments to the zoning ordinance body art services use standards and table of permitted uses.
All right, this unfinished business is ready to be finished. In order to do that, Councilor Niedergang would like to take item number 31 out of order. Could you please read item 31, Mr. Clerk?
Certainly. I think you're referring, Mr. President, to item number 32, which is a communication from the planning board conveying its recommendations on 5 different zoning amendments that have all been submitted, and presenting its recommendations, which is legally required before the council can act.
Okay, so we have the planning board recommendations, and we might as well take up the land use committee after we approve these 2 items here. Councilor Ewan Campen, you had a comment?
Oh, Mr. President, I'm happy to get this business finished and let Councilor Niedergang speak on his item. I just had another comment on the planning board recommendations.
I just used Councilor Niedergang as a prop to move this forward, so you have the floor. Unless you...
Excellent, Mr. President. Thank you. This is an item submitted by Councilor Niedergang and supported unanimously by the Land Use Committee that essentially would take away some of the red tape of opening tattoo and body art shops in Somerville that were outdated, the committee felt. We've discussed this at length in multiple previous meetings, and we've just been waiting for a recommendation from the planning board, which we've now received. I would also just add they've also sent some thoughtful comments on some additional unrelated amendments that the committee is considering, and I would recommend that colleagues, especially members of the Land Use Committee, but all colleagues, read those for some interesting input on some of the other things that we're considering. And with that, through you, Mr. President, I would ask if Councillor Niedergang would like to make a motion.
Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve. I can
All right.
speak on the item if anybody wants me to, but I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, so this is a motion to approve items number 32 and 11. Any discussion?
Mr. President, I'd ask that number 32 be placed on file with a copy of the land use and approving number 11.
Very good. All right, let's start with 11 then. Any discussion on item number 11? Well, no, let's start on 32. This item will be laid on the table, placed on file with a copy sent to the Land Use Committee. Thank you. And now, item 11. Seeing no discussion, let's call the roll.
Mr. President, this item was approved by the Committee on Land Use back about a month ago, so it has been approved, already approved, and is awaiting the Planning Board report so that it could be enrolled and then ordained.
All right, so we don't have to do anything then. Let's place it on file.
No, actually.
Mr. President, I move to enroll item number 11.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So this,
roll call on enrollment.
this is on enrollment of the Body Arts zoning ordinance. On enrollment, Councillor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councillor White.
Yes.
Councillor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councillors have voted in favor of enrollment. That item is now enrolled.
On ordainment.
On ordainment of that zoning ordinance, Councillor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councillor White.
Yes.
Councillor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, again, with all 11 councillors in favor, that item has now been ordained.
All right, let's move on to the next item.
We move then to item number 12, which is a report of the Committee on Confirmation of Appointments and Personnel Matters, which met on July 6th.
Councilor Rossetti.
Mr. President, thank you. All members of the committee were present. Also joining us, City Staff Deputy Chief of our Fire Department, Chris Major, Hannah Carrillo, the Legislative Liaison, Denise Molina Capers from our Racial Social Justice Department, Kim Wells, our Assistant Clerk of Committees, and Peter Forsalis, our Legislative Clerk. We had good conversation at this 3-hour meeting, and there were unanimous votes out of this committee, this particular committee meeting, which made my job as chair so much more pleasant. So I would like to present to the committee for approval, if this report is accepted, Holly Simeon to the Commission for Person with Disabilities, Arlen Wienert to the Commission for Women, Kimberly Sheridan to the Commission for Women. Those 3 individuals will be volunteering their time and service for the betterment of our community, and the committee thanked them for stepping up. In conversation with our fire department, we recommend approving the confirmation of the appointment of Timothy Bakey to the position of fire captain, the appointment of Barry Hamilton to the position of fire lieutenant, the appointment of Andrew Gerlnick to the position of fire lieutenant, the confirmation of the appointment of Brendan Noonan to the position of Fire Lieutenant. And lastly, I would like to present on behalf of the committee the unanimous approval of Kimberly Wells to the position of City Clerk. There are other items that were closed or placed on file that was no longer before the council at the request of the administration. So as chair, it's my honor to submit this report and ask for its acceptance.
All right, Councilor Rossetti moves to accept the committee report as submitted. Any discussion? Here are none. The committee report's laid on the table for approval.
Item number 13 is a report of the Committee on Housing and Community Development, which met on July 7th.
So Strezzo.
Okay, I will make it quick. Our meeting met yesterday. Up on the agenda was the summer vision plan, an update on the eviction moratorium, or now that it is at a statewide level, evaporated but still existing in Somerville. So it's extended to September 15th. Some great bullet points on that is the fact that and counselors, if you do this information might be helpful. There is, if you have any constituents that are brought to eviction court, there is currently a lawyer of the day that they can request, because anybody going through an eviction, typically a tenant does not have legal counsel. Where their landlords typically do. So there's a huge disparity in that. But currently, up till December, there are lawyers of the day where those facing evictions can have legal counsel, which is a great service. So summer vision, we're going to keep in committee. We will. My plan is to have that as a committee as a whole when we resume session in the fall. And we had a really poignant testimony by Ms. Elaine Corey talking about the previous oversight of seniors in the community and the necessity to remember seniors in the community and integrate seniors into all plans of city and listening to senior voices. So it was a great conversation. And then the playground boards are ordered and on their way. So the playground communication boards for children who may not have the ability to verbally communicate their needs on a playground or have emerging skills of verbal communication, they can point to the picture on these boards that are being ordered and to be installed in playgrounds. But Ms. Luisa Oliveira did mention that they are definitely taking suggestions on if there are children in the community that you may know of, or that they specific parks they frequent, or ideas of where they could go. So she gave her email address that is in the minute notes for anyone in the public or colleagues, if you have anyone that you know that could be helpful too. I submit this committee report for your approval as is. Thank you.
Councilor Strezzo submits the committee report for approval. Any discussion? Here are none. The committee report's laid on the table for approval.
Item 14 is a report of the Committee on Land Use, which met on June 29th.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Committee met in order basically to take stock of a number of items that we've been working on in committee before we head off to recess, so that we know what work we have to do over the coming weeks before we get back together and can get a number of these over the finish line. We began by unanimously recommending approval for 3 map changes, which I will list in a moment. I'll just note that all of these had neighborhood support. These are not yet able to be voted on by the full council, as we're still awaiting planning board recommendations, but they're now out of committee. So whenever those come in at the next opportunity, the full council can consider those and the recommendations from the planning board. And if there's been any additional public comment, to date there has not been any. And similarly, we approved a I'm seeing a note from our clerk, John Long. Thank you. I just want to explain what's in the committee report. Thank you. Similarly, we approved a minor change to the apartment building type in the urban residence building to correct an inadvertent calculation in the zoning overhaul that was noticed by some Ward 5 developers who worked with the city and with Councillor Niedergang to correct that. And just to note, this does not change the side setbacks for these buildings. Basically what it does is it corrects a mistake that made it basically impossible to build an apartment building on any lot that was less than about 125 feet wide. So all of those are recommended for approval, and I'll just quickly list the map change amendments. These are Scott Zink proposing a zoning amendment to rezone his property at 471 Somerville Ave from urban residence to MR4. Moshe Safdie proposing a zoning amendment to extend the small business overlay district to include his property at 92 Preparesy Way. And Senthil Kumar proposing a zoning amendment to rezone his property at 8 to 8A Melvin Street from Midrise 5 to neighborhood residential. These, as we approve the committee report, these items will be laid on the table. I'll also just briefly note that we had a good conversation on a number of the more substantial items that we're working on, including a conversation about the height of rooftop mechanicals, a discussion about in lieu payments for civic spaces near highways, and edits to the small business overlay proposed by Councillor Davis that have to do primarily with the size and width of commercial spaces, and a kind of general update from the planning department about possible changes, updates to the cannabis as it relates to zoning, and that would include possible changes to allow the delivery businesses. So we now have kind of our work cut out for us over the next couple months, and the next step is that Dan Bartman is going to come back with recommendations based on the committee's feedback for how to move forward with all of these. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to address them. Otherwise, I would ask that the committee report be accepted as submitted.
All right, Councilor Cameron moves to accept the committee report as submitted. Any discussion? There not on the report, Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak briefly to the 2 items that were map changes within Ward 2, that being the rezoning at 471 Somerville Ave from UR to MR4 and extending the small business overlay to 92 Preparesy Way. Both of these are coming out of significant neighborhood processes with regard to the UR to MR4 upgrade. This was actually the project was designed and approved prior to the new ordinance being passed. It was designed in conjunction with the neighbors to ensure that the parking green space was appropriate, as well as the small retail space on the ground floor. Unfortunately, our new ordinance would not allow retail businesses on the ground floor of UR buildings. So in conjunction with the planning department, it was deemed that remedying this error on the map would best be done by converting that to MR4. Which matches the profile and dimensional standards of the building that has been constructed and would just allow future businesses to actually inhabit that ground floor. Likewise, the business overlay extension at 92 Preparesy Way was requested by the property owner. A neighborhood meeting was held during the pandemic. This is to accommodate more space for employees to be present and to spread out a little bit into a residential house next door, which this architecture firm also owns. One of the neighbors' conditions for supporting this proposal was the creation of a deed restriction that limits the future uses of the site to ensure that this expansion doesn't result in any unintended consequences for the neighbors in that neighborhood. Developer or the architect agreed. That has been already filed, and so the neighborhood supports this amendment as well. Just wanted to make sure my colleagues were aware that both of these have gone through my customary neighborhood processes. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the committee report's laid on the table for approval.
In item number 15, there's a report of the Committee on Legislative Matters, which met on July 6th.
Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I moved the report over to a different screen and lost it. There it is. So the Committee on Legislative Matters did meet on July 6th. All members were present with the exception of Councillor Klingon, who was attending the Committee on Confirmation of Appointments and Personnel Matters, which was happening at the same time. We were joined by several members from the administration to discuss various items, some of which we will be have the opportunity to enroll and ordain this evening, I believe. So the first was adoption of the basically re-upping the mutual aid agreement with the fire department for Metro Fire within Route 128. That was approved. We also have the change to the Hero Square dedications, which would allow Hero Squares to be named after veterans who are still with us. It previously required, it was only applicable to folks who had passed away. The rationale there was that people ought to get to appreciate and enjoy the honor that the city bestows upon them. And so that was recommended for approval. The other one that we would vote on tonight, I'm looking for it. Well, let me just run through that. So we had a long discussion about an amendment to the ordinance that requires notification to the City Council of lawsuits against the city. This was proposed by Councillor White. And it would amend that ordinance to also include claims filed against the city with the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination. The solicitor's office expressed concern that those claims are not public and that the proposed amendment be revised to only require the notice to be provided to the City Council once the information became public. I questioned the Chief Labor Counsel as whether the solicitor's office considered, from a legal standpoint, the city councilors to be members of the public and not anything beyond that, despite the clear statutes that to the contrary. And she did explain that the particularly sensitive nature of some of this information, and argued that the council is not the employer, does not have supervisory obligations, and therefore it would not be appropriate to share this information with the council before it was available to the public. I pointed out that there was an opinion that the solicitor's office provided to the council, to the Committee on Confirmation of Appointments and Personnel Matters a few years ago, which took, as I read it, essentially the exact opposite view, that the City Council was considered to be part of the employer for purposes of the anti-discrimination statute. I asked for an explanation or a way to reconcile those two opinions. I didn't hear anything that made sense to me in terms of why the one viewpoint now, where there was a different opinion previously. And frankly, my view is that this is important information to have, and the City Council, the solicitor's office certainly could transmit that information in a way that maintains the privacy. Because Councillor White is not a member of the committee and was not able to ask questions, we recommended this up without an approval, without a recommendation. I spoke with Councillor White this afternoon, and in consultation with the president as well. We had initially intended to enable this discussion to happen this evening, but given the availability, several other items on the agenda, and the the availability of counsel, the counsel's office, we decided, from my perspective, and I have no objection to sending this back to committee so that we could take it up, and I'll be happy to put it on an agenda at a later time, as soon as we get back from recess, frankly, if that's when it's appropriate. So just so members of the committee know, we had originally intended on discussing it this evening. That will not be my recommendation. Obviously, it will be before the council if this report is accepted. But my preference would be to send it back to committee, and we can then continue to have that conversation in committee there. So otherwise, we looked at a few other matters that were sort of introductory. One of which was the new rental registration and energy disclosure ordinance, and which was unanimously welcomed. That was kept in a committee because it's the first time we've seen it, and the administration wants to, have that conversation over the course of the summer. Let folks read it and get some feedback from the public, and give councilors an opportunity to digest it as well. And that's really the crux of it. So I'm sorry, there was one other, there's an ordinance that we also kept in committee that was to propose an ordinance that would require the mayor to submit a report on the status of housing. And just to provide an update on that, OSPCD is collecting information. They're looking into what of what is requested in that proposed ordinance, what they have, what information we have, what data we have, how readily accessible it is, or what we could go get. So they'll be getting back to us, and we'll put that back on the agenda as soon as, hopefully, again, after recess, so that we can move that one along as well. So with that, Mr. President, I move to accept the report as submitted.
Councilor Davis moves to accept the report as submitted. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's do a roll call vote on approving the committee report.
This is a roll call vote on the approval of the report of the Committee on Legislative Matters. On approval, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor. That committee report has been accepted.
Okay. So Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, I'd like to move to send item 211812, which is now back before the City Council, back to the Committee on Legislative Matters.
Very good. Any discussion? Seeing none, this item will be referred to Legislative Matters.
And then I believe we have, I guess, just the one ordinance for which, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk, but we just need to enroll and ordain the change to the Hero Square ordinance. Is that correct?
Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilor Davis moves to enroll. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's call the roll on enrollment.
On enrollment of item number 212131, which amends the Veterans Commission ordinance, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, with all 11 councilors in favor, that item has been enrolled.
All right, on ordainment.
On ordainment, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Mba,
Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Again, Mr. President, with all 11 councilors voted in favor, that item has now been ordained.
All right, very good. Next item.
Item number 16 is report of committee on licenses and permits, which met on July 7th.
Councilor White.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met with myself presiding and members Mba and Scott also in attendance. We have a detailed report that's being submitted and going over the items. So what I'll do is just discuss what I think were the two most important items. One was basically an amendment to our municipal ordinances to prohibit pawnbroking. In the past, we had extensive discussions and concerns over an existing pawn brokerage license that the city had issued. And ultimately, in that case, we decided not to renew the license with respect to pawnbrokering. And I think there was a tremendous concern about whether we even wanted to have pawnbrokering establishments in the city. So as a result, the city solicitor submitted this amendment to prohibit pawnbroking, which the committee unanimously approved. By way of quick background, city councils have the discretion whether to approve licenses or not, or to permit them in general in the community. So this ordinance does not violate any state law. It's within our purview. So again, the committee unanimously recommended approval of that ordinance. And also the city clerk had submitted a proposed amendment to Article 3 of Chapter 8, which is our junk dealer ordinance. And it was that ordinance that also addressed pawn brokerages. So given our vote to prohibit pawn brokerage establishments, then the proposed amendment has to be revised. And also Councilor Scott raised some concerns about a need for amendment with regard to secondhand stores, record keeping clarifications that are appropriate. So as a result, this item is kept in committee for further discussion. And maybe one of the things we should also consider is whether we should still title it the junk dealer ordinance, since, you know, some people's junk may be other people's treasure, and it really does cover things that don't really involve junk. So maybe that's one of the things we'll address. So basically, I would ask that the committee report be approved as submitted, and then there would be a separate roll call vote to enroll and ordain item 212152.
All right, Councilor White moves. Councilor White moves to approve the committee report. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote on approval of the committee report. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President, this is a roll call vote on the approval of item number 16, the licenses and permits committee report. On approval, Councilor Niedergang,
Yes.
Councilor White,
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne,
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Mba,
Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors voted in favor. The report has been accepted.
Okay, Councilor White, do you have a motion to enroll? Yes. Yes, roll call vote on enrollment of the pawnbroker prohibition.
On enrollment of item number 212152, which bans pawnbroking in Somerville. Councilor Niedergang,
Yes.
Councilor White,
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne,
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Mba,
Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, with all 11 councilors in favor, that item has been enrolled.
On ordainment.
On ordainment of that same item, Councilor Niedergang,
Yes.
Councilor White, Councilor White,
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne,
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Mba,
Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, again, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that item. That ordinance has now been ordained.
All right, before we move on, Councilor Scott moves to take item number 31 out of order. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Clerk, can you please read item 31?
Certainly. Item number 31 is communication from the city solicitor requesting approval to retain Petrini and Associates as outside legal counsel in the HVAC contract matter.
All right, now maybe let's read the next 4 items, Mr. Clerk, as they're all related to executive session.
All right. The first is item number 17, which is a request to the mayor requesting to appear in executive session as to the proposed settlement of a pending claim. Item 18 is a request to the mayor requesting to appear in executive session regarding an HVAC contract claim. Item 19 is a request to the mayor requesting to appear in executive session to discuss the recent arbitrator's decision involving the Somerville Police Employees Association. And item 20 is a request to the mayor requesting to appear in executive session to discuss the proposed settlement of opioid litigation involving the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy case.
Okay, so we have Solicitor Wright here, and I'll ask him to speak very quickly. I've been told that we can take up all 4 items in the same executive session meeting. Mr. Solicitor, are these items that you believe are appropriate for executive session?
Yes, good evening, Mr. President. Frank Wright, City Solicitor. Yes, I do believe each of these items is appropriate for executive session.
All right, I see Councilor Strezzo has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we go into executive session, can we please take a brief recess?
I was going to suggest people take their time to get to executive session, and yes, we could use a recess in a moment.
Meander, saunter, whatever, what have you.
Are there any questions about executive session and moving into executive session? So we also have item 31 before us, which is basically retaining outside counsel. I believe we can approve this afterwards, but if someone wanted to make a motion to approve it now, it's basically we will have outside counsel discussing items with us in executive session. Councilor White.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess my question is just what the hourly rate will be. That would have to be discussed publicly. It couldn't be discussed in executive session, so I figured I'd raise it now.
Mr. Solicitor or
Through you, Mr. President, we do have on the, I should be viewing on the public session, Attorney Christopher Brown. He's prepared to speak if you like more background, which would be appropriate for public session as to his background and all that. The hourly rate, as I understand it, he could speak better to it, ranges between, I believe it's $300 for Mr. Petrini and $250 for the attorneys, down to $150 for paralegals. That's, I mean, he could correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the figures I have.
Chris Brown, I see you're in the audience. I have you unmuted if you would like to comment.
Hello?
Yep, so we can hear you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, so the hourly rate, I would be the one primarily handling the matter. My hourly rate is $250 per hour. Mr. Petrini, who's my colleague, his hourly rate is $300 per hour. The other attorneys at my firm are all 8 years or more of experience, so their rates are 225 or 250. And if there's attorneys that come under the case that are less than 8 years of experience, they're at 225 an hour. But I believe that primarily I would be the one handling the matter. So just to tell you a little bit about myself and about our firm, we are a firm in Framingham. We do municipal law, but we also have a specialty in public construction and infrastructure. We've done a lot of special counsel work for a variety of cities and towns. We also are the firm that serves as a city solicitor for Framingham, and we do a lot of regular town council work for several other communities as well. Myself, I have about 11 years of experience in municipal law, and 5 years before that in the general litigation practice and insurance defense. Aside from litigation, I have a lot of day-to-day expertise in advising municipal officials on general municipal law issues, as well as procurement and public construction issues, anywhere from, helping prepare contracts for a matter, all the way up to, if you have something goes wrong with a project, dealing with claims against the contractor, claims by the contractor, what have you. So, I can speak to this more in executive session if you want, but that's kind of a general information on me and about the firm.
All right. Are there any questions?
Just, Mr. President, seems well qualified in the rate. That's one of the better rates we've heard in a long time for firms representing us. So it seems like a good idea to me.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve item 31 to retain outside counsel?
Motion to approve.
All right. Let's do a roll call on that just to make things clear.
This is a roll call vote on the approval of item number 31, which retains Petrini Associates as outside counsel. On that item, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Kempen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that item, and that Petrini and Associates has been retained.
All right. Now, do I have a motion to enter into executive session? Council Klingon moves to enter into executive session. Please call the roll.
On moving to executive session with respect to agenda items 17 through 20, as just read, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Kempen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of moving to executive session.
All right. Well, the council will be in recess until we return from executive session. Council White, did you have a question, or is that an old one? No. We'll be recessed. Time now is 9:01. I'll start the executive session at 9:10 so people can have a break, and we'll return after recess. See you in executive session at 9:10. All right. Looks like we have everybody here.
Mr. President, would you like me to report out executive session?
I think I can do that, unless there were no votes taken, correct?
No, there were, sir.
Okay, then you do that, please.
Thank you. So this meeting is called back to order. Mr. Clerk, could you call the roll to establish a quorum?
Yes, on roll call to determine the presence of a quorum following the executive session. Councilor Niedergang.
Here.
Councilor White.
Here.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Present.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Here.
Councilor Davis.
Here.
Councilor Strezzo.
Here.
Councilor Klingon. Councilor Klingon.
Present.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Present.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Here.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors are present. We certainly have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. I did want it to be known that in executive session, Mr. President did recuse himself from 2 of the items. And as it relates to item 17, ID number 26094, there was 1 vote taken. I will now turn it back to Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Next, so these 4 executive session items will be laid on the table for approval. Next item.
Mr. President.
Councilor Scott.
Mr. President, I move to waive the readings of items 21 through 27 and move for approval this evening. I'm happy to provide a summary when they're before us.
Okay, very good. Councilor Scott moves to waive the readings of items number 21 through 27 and move for approval. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, these are all grants with no or very low matches required, or with the exception of request to pay prior year invoices of $816 for transaction fees, and 2 items, number 21 and 22, which were discussed in the budget for facility construction and renovation and street reconstruction and repaving, just to clean up the books so that the new administration will be able to handle projects that would otherwise have crossed fiscal years.
All right, very good. Any further discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, there's a few items. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, those items can be laid on the table for approval with the exception of items 21 and 22, which both relate to stabilization fund and require roll call votes.
Yep, I was just going to get to that. Thank you, though. So items number 21, let's do a roll call vote on 21.
On motion to approve item 21, which appropriates $323,737.91 from the Facility Stabilization Fund. On that motion, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of approval. That item has been approved.
All right, item 22.
On item 22, which is the approval of appropriation of $230,515.51 from the Street Reconstruction Stabilization Fund. Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, again, all 11 councilors have voted in favor. That item has been approved.
All right, all other items will be laid on the table for approval. Next item.
Mr. President,
Councilor Scott.
at the request of the administration, I'd like to move to discharge items 211848 and 211850 from Finance Committee for consideration this evening.
Very good. You have those numbers, Mr. Clerk?
One more time, Mr. President.
That's 211848 and 211850. They are.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, let's call the roll on discharging the items.
On discharging those two items from the Committee on Finance, Councilor Niedergang,
Yes.
Councilor White,
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne,
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo,
Yes.
Councilor Klingon,
Yes.
Councilor Mba,
Anything for Chairman Scott? Yes.
Councilor Scott,
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of discharging those two items. They are now before the council.
All right, on the items, Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are two items. One, prior year invoices of $387 worth of Easy Pass tolls and a time-only extension for the Greta contract for Buena Vista Garage construction. I have discussed that one in particular with Director Fred Massaro and Capital Projects. Just requesting both of these be approved this evening.
All right, on the motion to approve, any discussion? Seeing none, these items will be laid on the table for approval.
Very good. That brings us up to item number 29, which is request of the mayor requesting confirmation of the appointment of Ann Fullerton to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Mr. President.
Councilor Rossetti.
Okay, if we could put that to my committee and also move to waive the reading of item 30 and refer to confirmation of appointments.
All right, Councilor Rossetti moves to take items 29 and 30 and refer them to confirmation of appointments. Seeing no discussion, these items are referred to confirmation of appointments.
We move then to item number 33, which is a communication from the acting chief of police responding to a board item regarding housing authority police reforms.
This item will be laid on the, well, any discussion? This item will be laid on the table, placed on file with a copy sent to Public Health and Safety.
And item number 34 is a communication from the city clerk submitting his resignation as of July 23rd.
This will be laid on the table, no vote taken until we get done with this meeting. No, we'll place this one on file.
Okay. We go to item number.
President, thank you. Move the work to waive the readings of items 35 through 56 and approve them all this evening. The clerk has informed me that all items are received the appropriate approvals and are ready to go.
All right, Councilor White moves to waive the readings of 35 through 56 and move for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, these items are laid on the table for approval.
We go then to item number 57, which is a communication submitted by the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association, the Union Square Neighborhood Council Board, and 526 citizens submitting comments regarding the rezoning of 343 Medford Street.
All right, this item will be laid on the table and placed on file.
Item number 58 is a request of the mayor requesting approval to pay prior year invoices totaling $25,254.23 from various DPW accounts using available FY22 funds.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. This item came in very late, and then I was subsequently informed that the amounts within are incorrect and need to be revised. Please refer to committee.
All right, this item will refer to the Finance Committee.
Item number 59 is a request to make request approval to pay a prior year invoice totaling $2,500 using available funds in the Human Resources Department Arbitration Services account for June 2021 arbitration services.
Council Scott.
This one just came in late. I'd ask that we approve tonight.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, this item will be laid on the table for approval.
Mr. President, we go to item number.
White.
Mr. President, I move to waive the readings of items 60 through 64, approve 60 through 63, and 64 to go to committee.
All right, Council White moves to waive the readings of items 60 to 64, approve 60 to 63, and refer the 64 to licenses and permits. Any discussion? Seeing none, the items are approved with 64 sent to licenses and permits.
Mr. President, I am only aware of late items. There's a few late items submitted by Councilor Ballantyne. If there are any other late items that have been submitted, I'm not aware of them.
Okay, let's start with Councilor Ballantyne's.
Councilor Ballantyne has submitted an order that the Director of Mobility work with the MBTA to require the addition of a bus shelter at the bus stop at McGrath O'Brien Highway opposite Twin City Plaza.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you. I have just heard repeated complaints that people who are trying to use public transit and are leaving the Twin City Mall struggle either in the rain or in the sun by no bus shelter. And this is right on Route 28. And I've heard from 5 constituents that they would strongly support the city doing whatever it can to get the MBTA to put a bus shelter there.
All right,
if that could be referred to Traffic and Parking Committee.
Very good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, this item will be laid on the table for approval and referred to Traffic and Parking.
Next, we have an order submitted by Councilor Ballantyne, the Commissioner of DPW, the Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management, and the Director of OSC, pilot a project which will reduce heat island effects on asphalt using materials to cool and address the increasing temperature driven by climate change.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you. I think the order is self-explanatory. If that could be referred to open space, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, this item is laid on the table for approval and referred to Open Space, Environment, and Energy.
Next, we have an order submitted by Councilors Ballantyne and Klingon that the councilors from the Committee on Public Utilities and Public Works invite Eversource to its next meeting to respond to the gas leak data that's occurring along Somerville Avenue.
Councilor Ballantyne.
I would just ask that it's referred to Public Utilities, Public Works.
All right, any further discussion? Councilor White.
Being the other member of that committee, I would ask that if I could sign on to that as well. I didn't realize it was going to be submitted. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor White would like to sign on. Any further discussion? Hearing none, this item is laid on the table for approval and referred to Public Utilities.
And we have an order submitted by Councilors Ballantyne and Klingon that the city solicitor advise if Tufts University's new parking enforcement technology is in compliance with the city's surveillance ordinance, and determine if the new parking enforcement technology scans Somerville's public streets and ways.
Very good. Councilor Ballantyne.
I would just ask that this be referred also to Traffic and Parking. Thank you.
I'm fine with that, but might it make sense to go to legislative matters where the surveillance ordinance took place? I definitely don't mind sending it to Traffic and Parking.
I would have, the only thing is I'm not part of legislative matters. And
Okay.
I thought it would be best to start getting an update. And if there's an issue, then we can transfer it back over to legislative matters, if that's okay with you.
That is fine. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this item is...
Mr. President.
Davis?
Yeah. So just because it's late item, I can't go back and look at it. Is this referring to the license plate readers used for the parking study?
Yes.
So there,
don't know that it's a parking study, and I would ask that my colleague, Councillor Klingon, chime in also on this. As far as I know, this is a new parking enforcement technology that they're doing. I hadn't heard it was a study.
Through you, President McLaughlin, this is Director Acanello. I think I can clarify maybe part of this if that would be helpful.
That would be.
So I believe, and Councillor Davis, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that you're referring to, we had submitted a surveillance technology impact report for certain technology that the city would be using for the city's parking study. And that did go through legislative matters and went through the process under the surveillance technology ordinance. I believe, and I only recently heard about this Tufts technology, but I believe Councilor Valentine may be referring to a new system that Tufts has put in for a parking lot that they are monitoring, where there used to be in-person monitors. Now there are cameras monitoring the parking lot. That is not the same thing as the parking study that we submitted a surveillance technology impact report for. That seems to be something that Tufts is using for a particular parking lot or parking lots of theirs. If I'm referring to the correct thing, Councilor Valentine.
Yes, yes, but it's not just one parking lot. It's my understanding it's more than that, and that there are parking lots that, you know, in front of the TAB building, for example. I'm not talking, there is the parking lot next to the TAB building that did have a, in the past, I don't know if that's changed, someone who stays there to monitor that parking lot, but the other one that is sort of a circular driveway does not have anybody monitoring it. So I think,
like a great
I believe,
for committee.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon, did you, I didn't want to cut you off, Councilor Valentine. Did you have another comment?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Councilor Klingon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Through you. So I think what the issue at hand is that Tufts has rolled out a new parking enforcement technology that essentially affects not only our seniors with the Council on Aging being at the TAB building, but also the entire Tufts campus, which could, you know, there could be some overlap between our streets and their streets, you know, Professor's Row and whatnot. We just want to know what the impact is on people, because essentially with this automated system, people are just getting tickets in the mail, like, or, you know, fines in the mail, I should say. And my concern is that if it's, you know, I don't know how well this technology is working, but ultimately, you know, people that are less resourceful, they may end up paying these fines, or they may not know where to turn or where to call for any type of recourse. So I think that, you know, we just want to understand better what Tufts has rolled out and implemented on their property, and how it affects our constituents. So that's why Councilor Valentine and I brought this forward.
Very good. All right, well, I'll lay this on the table for approval and refer to traffic and parking.
Very good, Mr. President. There are no further items to be read to the council this evening.
All right, let's take all remaining items on the table, take them off the table, and do a roll call vote for approval.
In that case, Mr. President, we have a roll call vote on the motion to approve agenda items 3 through 8, 10, 12 through 14, 23 through 28, 35 through 56, 59 through 63, and the late items submitted by Councilor Valentine, as well as items 211, 848, and 211, 850, which were discharged from the Finance Committee. And in addition to approving all those, placing items 9, 32 through 34, and item 57 on file.
All right, please call the roll.
On that motion, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Valentine.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councillor Klingon,
Yes.
Councillor Mba,
Yes.
Councillor Scott,
Yes.
Councillor Rossetti,
Yes.
and Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of that motion. All those items have been disposed of as indicated.
All right. So it's 11:20, later than usual, but we still got out at a reasonable time. And John, I just want you to know my desire to expedite all these meetings was always for you and only you. This is my Councillor Long moves to adjourn. We'll say Councillor Klingon. But yeah, once again, John, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your final meeting, and I hope we see you in the future in a non-city capacity.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This has been an extremely enjoyable meeting, and I want to thank everyone for all the kind comments. It seems like only moments ago those comments were made, and I hope no one wants to move for reconsideration now. So, on adjournment.
John, if you can tell now that this is your last vote, can you just tell us who your favorite city council was?
Me, John, me.
It's like children. It's like children. You love them all equally.
You love one more than others, but anyways, all right, let's get out of here. Councilor Klingon moves to adjourn. Please call the roll.
On adjournment, Councilor Niedergang.
Yes.
Councilor White.
Yes.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes, please.
Councilor Scott.
Yes, indeed.
Councilor Rossetti.
Yes.
And finally, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, all 11 councilors have voted in favor of adjourning this meeting.
All right, everyone, enjoy your summer recess. We'll be back in August.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.